I wanna know.
What you saying, what you doing now?
Get tight, we gotta smoke a J. Drink a couple pints and then we'll snort some yayo. Get loose, gotta hit the floor. Bust out the kickstand.
What you saying, what you doing now?
I me from over there. I can see you wanna fuck me from the way you stare. So I come to you, but I'm really juiced. All I think to say is,
what you saying, what you doing now?
You heard it 100 times before. When all these other dudes come knocking at your door. If you wanna chill, Frosty's for real.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Flip flop, now you're on my jock. We head to the back.
Day and night, OG.
But wait, I'm not quite hard as a rock. I wonder what you're gonna do.
What you saying, what you doing now?
You start sucking on my balls like cherry halls. I'm thinking this might happen after all. But when you stop, my cock just drops. You look at me like you're thinking.
What you saying, what you doing now?
I'm thinking it might be the booze, or could it be that line or two? Or maybe I'm just getting too old to screw. Then you put me on my back.
What you saying, what you doing now?
Pull out your tits, it seems to do the trick. Not long before I feel you bouncing on my dick. Your eyes roll back, I give your ass a smack.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Not much unless it's time to play.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Not much, it's all we ever say.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Not much unless it's time to play.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Oh yeah, MC Frosty in the house. What you gonna say when it becomes the next day? When I open up my eyes and I see a surprise. What was I thinking? Too much drinking always ends this way. We both look at each other and who starts the lies? Can I get your number just in case I wanna ask you?
Daniel Berry Sports Highlights.
Not much unless it's time to play.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Not much, it's all we ever say.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Not much unless it's time to play.
What's up, what you saying, what you doing now?
Oh yeah. What up? All right, guys. So we completed the hair plucking script today. Feel free to review the previous 3 days of streams, I guess. I'm bald. I've disposed of all of my facial hair. Unibrow is gone. There's a election today in Canada for the federal stuff. I gotta cook some food. I'm hungry. But let's before I do that, actually, I'm gonna heat up my air fryer here. All right. Let's see what's going on with the election right now. Okay, let's put this up. Really, really early in the election results. I mean, the people can still vote here for another 10 minutes, but they probably got the East Coast in. Whoa. All right, this should be a little better. Should be a little better. Yeah. smaller. There we go. There we go. So we've got the Liberal Party currently in the lead with 19 seats elected out of 22 ridings. What? Oh, and they're leading an additional 3. I'm guessing that that percentage of the share. Oh, you don't even see that shit. Shit, I guess I'm gonna have to show the whole thing. British, what up? There. There you go. So that share that they're showing, it seems to be the total popular vote. The total popular vote, the share of the total popular vote. That's what it looks like to me. Obviously, because NDP doesn't even have anything, and they have a percentage of the share. So, votes, popular vote. Grizzle Lang, what up? Oh, you made a streamer network site? That's cool, Grizzle. Hope you're doing well. I got like glue and shit on all my fucking hair. I just tossed them in the garbage. I got to cut up a potato though, a couple of potatoes. I got to start my supper here. All I ate today was like 3 eggs. So, I just gotta go wash a couple of potatoes here. But so yeah, these election. Oh shit, sorry. These the election results there. So what would have come in here so far is the East Coast. So I'll click on show results, all results in a second. But without even looking at them, this would have been the East Coast. So Newfoundland and probably like Nova Scotia, because the voting ends here at 9:30 p.m. So I don't know how long it takes. I don't know how long it takes to get the results in, but I do know that Newfoundland, the most eastern point in Canada, is an hour and a half ahead. So they've got the results in already by before 11. So it's probably going to take about the same with every system, I would imagine. So probably within a half an hour to an hour, the ridings will start coming in. So probably about 10 o'clock here. There's also a time zone in for Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. That's an hour ahead. So right now they probably have just about all the East Coast, and then they'll get into Quebec, which is the Eastern time zone, which is what I'm in. And then I'll go to Manitoba and Saskatchewan. That's like the middle one. Or I think Manitoba's an hour. No. Yeah, Manitoba and Saskatchewan, they're like an hour behind. And then Alberta is like 2 hours behind. And then maybe some of Saskatchewan as well. I'm not sure. And then British Columbia is 3 hours behind. So the East Coast is typically liberal. Their current PM is liberal. Or not PM, their current premier of their province. Now Quebec, they're going to come in with the Bloc Québécois. It's not even listed here, but a lot of Quebec goes with the Bloc Québécois, which is pretty much the only province that does that. They might, get a couple votes here and there. I don't even think they run candidates in every district, just mostly in Quebec. Obviously, it's like the Quebec political party. There's also the PPC, which is not listed here. That's like kind of like, I don't know. That's like almost Canadian MAGA, I guess. He would consider them. That's the People's Political or People's Party of Canada is what they're called. So like populist type stuff. But they're not that. They're not. That's like Maxime Bernier's on there. I think he was on a big podcast like Tucker Carlson or something recently. But they got like no chance of winning. Probably anywhere. Like I don't even know if they have any seats right now. Doesn't really fucking matter if you got like a couple seats. But what's happening is like these political parties, they're starting to form like alliances with other political parties, like the NDP, the New Democratic Party. They're more to the left than the Liberals. And over the past few years, there's been like an alliance. So that because the Liberals, I don't think they got a majority in the last election. So they needed some help from another party to be able to pass their bills without that much opposition. So that's Jagmeet Singh, who is the leader of that party. Wears a turban and stuff. Nothing wrong with that. But so it's kind of weird how you vote for one party and support their policies, and then the party decides to align with a different party that you didn't vote for, and now is basically being cool with the liberal fucking policies now. You know what I'm saying? But NDP and Liberal do have a lot of similar policies, as far as I know. The Green Party up there, they get a few seats every year, and they're like environmental type shit. Pop my potatoes in the fucking air fryer. So, like I said, without even looking here, I know, like it's just the time zones. Most of this is the East Coast. That's why it looks like the Liberals might need. I don't know how many seats total are in or how many ridings there are in Canada. I'm not exactly sure. But you're going to see the Conservatives really rise once it starts hitting Ontario. The area that I live in has been Conservative since 2004. Hasn't changed at all. And generally there's twice as many votes for Conservative as Liberal in my riding, which is Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry. Used to be just Glengarry, or maybe it still is. I don't know. And so for this area to happen to swing Liberal is highly fucking unlikely right now. However, up until the last election, provincial election, we were federally Conservative, but provincially fucking Liberal, which is fucking weird. It ain't gonna do it here, but SD&G being Conservative while the Liberals have been in power, it's pointless, bud. It's pointless anyway. It only really is gonna work if the Conservatives get a majority with the rest of the country. You know what I mean? But like, I love, it doesn't happen often, but I love talking to like Liberal voters in this area and them thinking that they had anything to do with the Liberals getting in power. Like, no, our seat here is fucking Conservative, and it's been that way for a while. And that kind of, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Pick your poison. Toronto will be liberal NDP. Mons, yeah. So like we're a city of 50,000 people, Cornwall approximately, but our riding is a tri-county area, which consists of about 150,000, I believe. And so historically, like larger metropolitan areas have voted Liberal, and I think that's the same in the U.S. Like more bigger cities are vote Democrat or whatever. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if the hype of Conservatives taking power is actually going to happen. It might just be a trend in worldwide politics where more right side political parties are taking power, such as Trump again, and like, Brazil and shit like that. I think more right wing, not extremists, but right wing political parties have been taking power lately. So we'll see if that trend happens in Canada. It's hard to say. I don't really talk a lot of politics with people, so I don't know, and I don't watch a lot of like politics either. But I do know, like, this website that I'm looking at is CBC. It's the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and they're partially funded, or maybe entirely funded, by the federal government. I think partially funded. They obviously have advertising revenue, highly subsidized at least. So it's kind of like, there might be a little bit of bias with the reporting, and then, I don't really pay attention to that shit. Exactly. But it's weird. It's weird how Ontario, like, Ontario is provincially conservative government, right? But nationally, so like, did that happen? Like, did Toronto vote largely Conservative at the last political election? Like, did that Rob Ford fucking crack clout carry on over to Doug? So, the general sentiment is that people were unhappy with Trudeau, and the government fucked up the handling of the fucking pandemic. Liberal government put us in a lot more debt. liberal immigration policies have contributed to the rise in rent and the housing crisis which is going on. So I think people are hoping for change. I feel people are hoping for change, and ultimately that's gonna, they're hoping for a reduction in inflation and less regulation when it comes to building new homes and that kind of thing. And that's more likely to be achieved with your general right wing conservative fucking policies. So I think overall that's probably going to happen. But just as in the U.S., we have had a large influx of immigration, and that is largely due to the liberal policies. So they may continue to vote liberals in. We're very multicultural here. There's also allegedly a lot of like Chinese political influence going on with the liberals. So it's hard to say. If that is going to carry through into this election, if that's enough power to get the liberals back in, which is good for China. I'm just saying, not that there might be anything wrong with that or anything. I don't know. But yeah. And this should be interesting. It's not like the conservatives haven't been in power, before. So people are retards. I feel like people are unhappy with the Liberal Party, but like so much attention is put on the Prime Minister as a person, and you're really not voting for that person. Obviously, you can't even vote directly for the Prime Minister in Canada, which is fucked up. But people really liked Justin Trudeau. He was the son of Pierre Trudeau. Let's vote for the party that has him. But they don't really consider the policies necessarily. And I like the fact that the Liberals legalized cannabis. That's cool. But the legality of cannabis never affected my ability to use it, so. But I appreciate being able to go to a store and buy it. And not having to worry about getting arrested if I'm carrying it. Not that I really... Well, I mean, I did get arrested for carrying it before, so... The people will be unhappy no matter what the party you think. I agree with that, and I think our fucking election system needs to be reformed. Like fuck these parties. Like maybe these parties worked as a way to like back in the day as a way for people not have to worry, not have to make the decisions themselves on the issues that are important and that kind of thing. It kind of expedites the whole fucking, system, I guess, if you have just one person and their vote, is supposedly representing your local area. But that's not the case. People in a party just vote what the party wants to do, which is a amalgamation of all of the ridings that have voted that party in, basically. So different communities have different needs and that kind of thing, but you rarely have a politician voting solely on what they believe their fucking local community needs. They just, because if you happen to think that a policy of your party is bad for your local area, you should vote against it, right? But I don't think that happens too much. Because then you're considered like a rogue, a rebel in your fucking party. And the thing is, we have the technology now to reform these types of election service, election system. Basically, we have the technology where a member of parliament could post the issues on a website, obviously supported by something secure like the blockchain, and people could, if they chose to, go and vote on that issue online so that the fucking MP knows exactly what their people want, and the MP would be required to follow what the people of their constituents want. That should be the way it is. That should be the fucking way it is. And they're therefore negating the need for a party. Members can still propose their own bills and blah, 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 and they go through the whole process, but it would be completely different. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, when the pandemic came, it should have been the people choosing whether they wanted to be forced to wear face masks or not be allowed to travel on the train without a fucking face mask or whatever. You know, I mean, it should be the people deciding if they want those rules imposed. They should have asked. You know? Like, a referendum isn't a big fucking deal right now because you can fucking just program it and have people vote. And hardly any people vote anyway. It's only like maximum 60% of any area, pretty much. Usually like 40 to 50% of the constituents vote in these elections. But I guarantee you make it easier for people. You fucking get them to click on something, scan their ID, and hook them up to the fucking blockchain. One vote, one token, whatever, you know? And people can fucking... Yeah, there's more people who don't vote. There's more people who don't vote than usually the winning party in a riding. There's like usually at least 30 to 40% of people don't vote, and you know, rarely is it like 50% of the people in a fucking area. At least not around here. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It is how it is. It is how it is, and they'll hold on to this system as long as they fucking can, guaranteed. I don't vote. I don't vote because I don't play I don't involve myself in games that are rigged. Okay, but I will hold the voters accountable for this shit. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Oh, it's my fault because I didn't vote for someone else. No. It's your fault because you voted those fucktards in. Let's check out the results here. Quebecois are leading in 12 areas. So the Quebec results are starting to be tallied. That's what that means. So they're in, and it's 9:44. Voting has stopped in my area. So they're starting to fucking come in now. Bloc Quebecois. People's Party, nothing yet. Nothing. Libertarian Party of Canada. So these are all the different parties. Marxist-Leninist Party of Canada. Whoa, we got 65 votes. You know what's hilarious? Is I bet you there's going to be a couple actual political parties here who end up, out of the whole entire country of Canada, end up with less votes than I had running for mayor of Cornwall. That's a big L. Even getting, if you get less than 2%, if your political party gets less than 2% of the vote, oh, marijuana party. Shit. That's a cool one. Is that fucking is that Emery? Is that Mark Emery's fucking party? They'll get some BC votes. But basically, you know, you gotta take it by scale and context. But like, if there's a party that gets less than 2% of the vote, they're basically less of a political force than I am as an individual. Yeah, weed's legal already. Yeah. I would, if I had to guess, I don't know. We could check out, if you want to check out some parties' policies, but I bet you the marijuana party is going for less regulation. Less regulation. It's provincial though. Like all of the legislation and regulations for marijuana is on a province by province basis. So. In other countries, that kind of turnout makes the government invalid. Well, it should be. It should be, because the silent people are basically the majority. You know. Like, and what? It's your own goddamn fault because you didn't vote? Well, meh, not exactly. Because in my area, if you vote liberal here, but conservative is the one that gets the seat here, like literally, you didn't help your party get into power. You could have if there was enough of you, but there wasn't. So like, you didn't do jack shit. I swear to God, guys, my mind will explode if my local area goes liberal, because they love Sarah Good. She's actually a really nice woman. I partied with her before and stuff. She's cool. She's very nice. She ran for council in the last election I was in, city council, and she got the highest votes out of any city councilor. So anyways, but I'm just saying, if Cornwall goes, if this is time and place, if SD and SG, whatever, if it goes liberal and the federal government flips to conservative in this election, that's going to blow my fucking mind. Like, oh my God, Cornwall is like out of touch. Inside Lou Martel, I'm not a huge liberal. Yesterday on the stream, I did a test thanks to Faithless Follower, who supplied the testing website where we measured where I am on the political compass, and apparently, yes, I do sway slightly liberal from center, and I sway more towards libertarian than authoritarian. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Mons? So you don't like the local representative that you have, right? But what if you liked Pierre Poilievre? Well, that's the dilemma you're in. You got to vote for this Karen, who's your local representative, but just so you can support Pierre Poilievre as the fucking prime minister? Like, that's fucking horseshit voting system. Horseshit. Horseshit. Or maybe you know, Justin Trudeau isn't in there, but maybe you really liked your local representative, but you fucking hate Justin Trudeau for some reason. Don't know why anybody would. No, go libs, go liberal. Best prime minister ever, bro. Went to the trucker rally and he seized my bank account, bud. No, I'm just joking. Go Block. So there's block talk of them maybe forming an alliance with the conservatives if they need to help get a majority or whatever. Big time live with blue hair. You know what? I'm glad I occupy your brain space with what I am with labels. I'm glad. That's a W for me. You can think whatever the fuck you want. If I was truly liberal, don't you think I would be out there voting liberal right now? Liberals love to vote. Liberals love to fucking. I'm neutral, bro. I'm neutral. I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck about the policies that could be implemented by whoever's in there, and then I will adjust my life based on that. It's not, and like you know, at the core, it's a uniparty as well. It's the elite corporations running the show anyway, or fucking, you know, international influence perhaps. Go watch the documentary. It's from the 2000s. It came out after Zeitgeist, but it's Oh Canada, Our Land Bought and Sold. And what's really hilarious is seeing some of the politicians in that documentary who are still in the fucking game and who what they're doing now. Like, it's interesting to see that. But that was I think the Liberals were in power then. I think Paul Martin or something. But so many Canadian corporations and fucking I don't know. It was just like interesting to see how much of Canada really isn't Canadian. So like I'm not just bitching about the fucking Canadian electoral system here. I actually have a solution as well in my mind that would probably work a little bit better. Like I said, eliminating the parties and forcing the MPs to vote based on what their constituents want. Okay? If you can market fucktards voting for American Idol, you can definitely market people's power to vote on individual issues. And you know what? That's going to encourage people not to write a bill that's 600 pages long and that nobody reads. It's going to encourage them to condense that shit so that the general population can understand it and fucking vote on it quickly. 10-minute read, know what's going on, vote. Supported by the blockchain security, cryptographic security. But whatever. So far, the Bloc Québécois is leading in 11 of 11 ridings that they've brought in. That's definitely Quebec. Christian Heritage Party. Non-affiliated. independent. I'm gonna throw some luncheon meat in with my. I'm gonna throw some luncheon meat in with my my potatoes here. We'll start. We'll start opening the can up. Can of whoop ass. He goes here, second and third string politicians. Well, yeah. So like you have other governmental, I guess, factions. I guess like the Senate and whatever. They have some power on what gets passed and whatever. But the Senate is like chosen by the party that's in power, so it's not really like a fair Senate or anything. I guess it's the advantage of getting in power. They make big money. I'll eat half this can. Save some with my breakfast. Half this can is 21 grams of protein. Canadian spam, they should be sued. Well, no, this is chicken based, so it's not really the same recipe as spam. I'll cook it up in the air fryer a little bit too. The potatoes are almost done. So get her a little key here, you know what I'm saying? Flip up this little thing here. Put it in the hole. Start fucking turning, bud. Ooh. Oops. Not corned beef, no. This is chicken. Housing crisis, guys. Rents through the roof. Oh no. Oh no. Right, eat what we can, bud. I can train. This was $2 and like 37 cents at Walmart. That's why I bought it. Chicken wieners are like $2.20, and that's like 5 grams of protein per glizzy. I fucked this thing up, but at least it's still working slowly but surely. Could eat this whole thing, but it's actually pretty filling. Oh no, that's fine. Oh, look at that gelatin. Hmm. Yeah, it's pre-cooked. It's pre-cooked. I know. I still throw it in there. Yeah, I'll save that for later, but I have my breakfast with my eggs in the morning. Oh, my taters are done. Put that in the fridge. Actually, I'll probably take the chicken out and put it in some Tupperware. Oh. Nice little bowl of chips. Get back to the just heating up my canned chicken there. Put that back up. Oh, Bloc Quebecois leading 14 out of 14. East Coast guys, like I said, historically liberal. Bloc Quebecois coming in, and right now, the Conservatives, as you can see, they're leading in 67 out of 76. Oh. I don't know. I was gonna make I wasn't reading these right, but yeah. It's a two-party system. But the point I was making earlier about uniparty is that, like, it's just an illusion. The two-party system is an illusion, and it's really the elite, whoever that is, who are pulling the strings. I gave some examples. Multinational corporations, external influence, nationalistic influence. China has allegedly some pretty substantial political influence here. There's been, accusations of actual interference, like against liberal politicians. RMJ Ball, what up? The Elections Canada website is having technical difficulties. Uh-oh. Rigging it. Wagon train. I appreciate these two streams and updates. Yeah, no problem. I'm not really all that, politically minded, but, whatever. I'm cooking some supper. We had some fun today. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to, stay on here till the end of the election, because it's going to be past midnight or whatever. I'm pretty tired, actually. We did a little bit of streaming there today, and the last 2 days, I think I streamed 20 hours or something, not including today. So, yes, NWO, guys, one world government. Getting closer and closer. Nah. My spidey senses, I'm fairly certain it's going to be a conservative majority government. That's what my prediction would be. I think there's a lot of blame put on the liberal government for a lot of perceivably bad things in Canada. Mainly inflation, mainly housing crisis, and mainly housing crisis is, I think, kind of related to the immigration policies. I think people are unhappy with liberal, and with a kicker. I don't think people are happy with how the liberals handled the pandemic, and I think a lot of people are unhappy with like maybe not so much at the time or right after, but now with more information coming out about the pandemic and vaccines and whatever, I think a lot of people are unhappy with how that all went down, and put a lot of blame on Trudeau. But it's like, people think things are going to be suddenly different because there's a new prime minister in town, unelected, by the way, currently. You think things are going to be different? No, it's the party. It's the party's policies. Okay, I'm going to get my chicken here. NWO. Yeah, well, like, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If Canada, I'm just saying, if Canada somehow ends up becoming part of the U.S. and Greenland or whatever, that's like one step closer to a one world government. Mexico will follow. And the Central American countries. You know what I mean? Well, the U.S. already has a deal with fucking, what is it? That Bukele fucking countries, that what, Guatemala or something? I don't even know. But they're sending their prisoners there or whatever. And cryptocurrency is all part of the plan, guys. For the one world currency. They've just been testing it out to make sure how secure it can be and how unhackable it can be. My panties? I have my own cryptocurrency. I'm way ahead of you, bud. Ruin Life Crew Points token. I made it in like 2020. It's listed. I didn't upgrade to the latest Uniswap, liquidity pool. They do upgrades periodically. I didn't do that. Ruin Life Crew points token. It's listed on V2 of Uniswap. I've already taken out the liquidity that I put in, so there's nothing there, but it's there. It's there. It's actually RLCP points. And it took way less than an hour. I just went to a website, ran the smart contract, paid the gas fees. I made a billion of my Ruin Life Crew points token. So easy. And I've been suggested by people to, do one on Solana and go on meme pump or whatever. But I'm not interested in pulling a rug. No matter how much I make. Uniswap.org. One of the first major decentralized exchanges started on the Ethereum blockchain. I can do it handles multiple L2, L3 or L2 chains as well. Optimism, Arbitrum, Polygon. But my coin is in the V2 liquidity pool, version 2. I paid gas fees to upgrade it when they upgraded their ship, but I pretty much lost interest in maintaining it after that. Gas fees got so high on the Ethereum blockchain too that just wasn't worth it for me. I am no dummy. Well, I thank you, but I'm like, I mean, this brand doesn't work if I'm a fucking nerd. You know what I mean? Like, geniuses don't mace their asshole. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's a contradiction there a little bit. NFT, yeah, I've really explored cryptocurrency. I used to release my music on a platform called Chillin and get paid in cryptocurrency for but the NFT thing is kind of passe. I always thought it was kind of silly. Like, why sell someone an NFT when I can just and like, I forget what it's called, but the platform after Tune, they gave that opportunity to, and I'm registered for it still. I'm sure it's still up. I could go release my song as an NFT right now. But whatever. Why not just buy my song off Bandcamp? Now, if I made like scarce art, I guess you could say, but like, I had a special song that there was only one license for listening of it legally allowed, but like piracy and all that shit, you know what I mean? Like, anybody can screenshot an NFT and you still got that fucking image, bro. Like, who gives a fuck? I didn't bet on the election, no. The Bloc Québécois is still going up, so that means the last time I noticed it was 13. So they're at 16. And probably Ontario is starting to come in right now as well. I'd probably have to go to a different website to see the actual jurisdictions, the ridings. So I'll go check that as soon as I'm done eating here. How do I live like this? Like, pretty easily. Maybe it's a perfect opportunity for you to examine your own lifestyle and maybe trim some of the fat if you know what I mean. If you think that I'm fucking living in substandard conditions, because yes, you can survive like this. Maybe start by lowering your creatine intake, and just eat more cans of fucking chicken. I'm still kind of hungry. So I'm going to eat some more of this chicken. I think Domino's is 50% off. I should fucking go get one of those. Stuffed crust. Okay, let me see if I can find the actual ridings. Oh, there's New York Times. New York Times is covering it. Get a free account? Fuck you. Ottawa Citizen? Oh, Elections Canada. Let me see what's going on there. Live election results after 7 p.m. Oh, our website is having technical difficulties. That sucks. Al Jazeera results. Wow. Yeah, no, you can't see who's winning in each riding. Wow, that's crazy. Polls are now closed across the country. It was 9 minutes ago. Results are slowly trickling in. Wow, this is crazy, guys. You can't even see the fucking results. Yeah, we're getting rigged, bro. Technical difficulties. These fucktards can't even run a fucking election, bro, without. Look at this. They should have they should have a little fucking. They should have a little widget down here. Source Elections Canada visualization. Mark. Oh, okay. Mark Carney. This is 2 minutes ago. Mark Carney is in Nepean. That's an hour from here, so he's winning by 72%. Wow. Foreign interference. Who knows, Andre Ball? Who knows? They're hacking the system, bro. Oh. Didn't update our antivirus. Gonna have to have another election there, bud. Sorry. Can't count them. Thriving, not just surviving. I love hearing that. I love hearing that someone who's thriving is spending their free time consuming the MC motherfucking Frosty show. That's a great compliment. Thank you. Bet you feel good about yourself too. Seeing like, thank God I'm not, there ain't shit on my fucking door. Thank God. My life's awesome. That's why I fucking do it, but. Did I even vote in this election? I've never voted in a federal or provincial election. I never, when I do my taxes every year, I never check off, include me in the voter registration list. Never. However, I voted twice in a municipal election. Okay. The first time, I never registered to vote. I just showed up and gave my ID, and they let me do it. Second time, the city clerk, the municipal clerk who was running the election, made me register on some kind of voters list. Made me. So I Ice Smoke a Lot told me that I got mail to the house, the previous house I lived there with Nancy and whatever. There was mail there about my voters registration shit for this election. So I didn't sign up for that bullshit. Except when the municipal person made me. So I guess at that point I must have got put on the list. Like I said, I'm neutral. Whoever wins is cool with me, bud. Like, ain't gonna lie. Well, while the liberal policies regarding the pandemic increased our debt, they kind of printed money to like do the CERB and everything, and it probably contributed to inflation, overspending during the pandemic. It's all catching up. I will say that I personally benefited from that because I received the CERB. I received something like $34,000 over the 2 years. So since I volunteered to accept that money instead of staying on welfare, just because I was perfectly eligible for it. So I directly participated in the inflation of our fucking monetary system or currency. Like, I took the CERB. And on top of that, I spent every dollar that you guys gave me during that you guys donated to me for the MC Frosty show while I continued to work during the pandemic as I was self-employed. I spent all of that on business-related expenses. Plus another like $3,000 of the pandemic money on business-related expenses. So I was actually contributing to the economy with that Canadian economic response benefit or whatever it was. Because if I didn't spend that money that you guys gave me, then I wouldn't have been able to claim the CERB. Because you had to be your net income had to be less than 50% of the weekly average of your income the previous year, which for me was like $7,000. So like, I literally had to spend all that money, and that's what helped grow the MC Frosty show because I bought fucking equipment, fucking all this shit, trips while I was still allowed to do them, all business expenses. But just saying. I contributed. But so did 6 million other Canadians. The e-bike was actually bought on credit, which I still owe, basically. Yeah. The e-bike was after the pandemic when I was back on welfare, but I somehow got approved for a business credit card, probably because of all the business expenses and shit that I'd been doing during the pandemic. They can track all that shit. And while I was on welfare, my income my guaranteed income got reduced. I continued to spend with the credit on a lot of business related stuff. And I was able to bring some content with the e-bike. But yeah, no, that was put on credit. Norma Stitz. What up? Norma Stitz. Got me there. Oh yeah, sorry. There's a big jump there. Just saying. We didn't really notice that. So we're obviously getting into the rest of the country now, not just the East Coast. Conservatives are now only behind 3 seats. They're slowly climbing. Right now, the Liberals, it's showing that they're leading at 115 seats. I just gotta figure out how many seats there are total. I forget. $338. Oh, sorry, 343. 343. They upped it. They must create more ridings. So 343. The Conservatives are now tied. So let's see how many are reported here. 268 so far, plus 23. 271, 291, 296, 297. So there's still 50. There's still 50 ridings which have yet to start reporting their votes. Neck and neck, except the leading here, right? So this is going to have to change. This is going to have to change. My results are way behind. Vic Rattlehead. What's a good site? This is CBC. I saw the Elections Canada, and maybe the site's back up now. Maybe Elections Canada is working. A foily of creatine. That's dangerous, man. Don't do that. Oh, it says our website is having difficulty still. Maybe it's they're working hard to fix it. Yeah, I can't even click on it, dudes. It's like I can't click it. I click it and it's just churning the fucking bullshit. Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. There we go. It is working. Okay. So let's wow. Okay, I guess my prediction might be wrong here, guys. So you need 172 for a majority. Okay, you need 172 seats for a majority. Is this where they're leading right now, or is this all of the so there's still 39 ridings left to come in. Are the Liberals gonna win, bro? Are these preliminary? Wait, we will publish the preliminary results for the federal election as the first polls close. These first results will be available shortly after 7 p.m. Eastern. Okay. These preliminary results are based on the data provided by the returning officers on election night. Preliminary results. This is 120 there, but 122, 153 here, 305. Voter turnout so far. Okay. 2 million. So 2 million. Okay, so we're a long way away. These results are not fine. Oh, nice. These results are not final. What's going on right now? They're just counting them up right now. There's only 7% of the registered voters that they've counted so far. So there's a long way to go. At least we got a good little snapshot there. Let's just see. I gotta take a piss, maybe a shit too, but let me just see when I come back here what the voter turnout was for the last election. So we got an approximation of how many people turn out. It was probably between 50 and 60%, I would guess. All right, all right. Yeah, sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. Fucking canned chicken just goes right through you, bud. Okay, so while I was sitting on the can, I was reviewing some population statistics in Canada. So it said there was 28 million registered voters. Okay, and they had hit 7%. They'd hit 7% of the registered voters in the last tally before the website crashed. So, in the last election, there was 62% voter turnout. Mark Carney has been declared PM, CTV Edmonton. Really? We have a Carney in office, ECC vet. They called it already? Wow. He was already in office. Sunshine. Um, really? Nobody's calling it. Edmonton's not calling it, bro. Come on, give me a break. Anyway, let's see what's up here. Yeah, I monetized in the stream. I just clicked on the Elections Canada website again. So anyway, the last we checked, there was 7%. Let me check CBC here. What are they saying? Okay, the site's up here. So what how is that possible? Okay. So first off, there's 343 ridings. So there's still 22 ridings to go. Okay. And right now, only 21% of the polls have reported. You can't come to conclusive results based on this. Come on now. Carney won his riding. Okay. Only 10% of the registered voters have been counted here. Okay. Generally, there's 62. Last election, there was 62% of registered voters. So we still have probably 52% of the voters still to go to count. Okay. They've only counted fucking 3 million votes so far. So just saying, whoever's calling it right now, unless they have somehow, like, you know what I mean? Unless they somehow know the results of these other fucking 56,000 fucking polls. Yeah, it's everything's changing. This is all just a projection. Let me see what you're fucking seeing. Let me check and see what you're seeing, bud. How is that even possible? You want me to turn on CTV Edmonton and listen? I got that channel. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. I got all the channels, don't you worry. Wait, where I gotta go here? Okay, I don't. Do I have CTV? I got CTV Montreal. Okay, let's check out CTV News Network. Just listen. If it works. It's not even working. Fuck. Oh shit, my channels aren't working, but fuck. Try this list.
Canadians have sent a very clear message. We are united. We want all of
CTV News declares Liberal win. 326 out of 343.
What's really important is that we care about the economy. People are really concerned about their economic health.
But that used to mean the Conservatives.
Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along.
Okay, but
158 to 134, they're saying right now.
But he has been talking about
What?
resource development, which is, I think, is great.
How is that possible? They must have a crystal ball. Yeah, they must. How could they know? It's not like what was it, CNN? Like they were basically when in the first Trump election or whatever, right? They're all against Trump, right? Wasn't it like till the last second that they're like, oh shit. Okay, well, who the fuck won in Cornwall? Two minutes ago. So at this moment, if we look at the ridings whose candidates are projected to win in Eastern Ontario, there are only two. Eric Duncan. So the Conservatives retain the seat here. Apparently, is what they're projected to win. That's 2 minutes ago. So Liberals ain't winning here, and that's the same it's been here since for the last fucking 21 years. Cornwall's staying Conservative. There is no way in hell. Like I said, it would blow my mind. It would blow my mind if first it would somewhat blow my mind if Cornwall SDNG flipped over to Liberal based on the fact that last election there was like 30,000 Conservative votes and 15,000 approximately Liberal votes. So for that to flip based on what's happened since the last election would be blow my mind. But yeah, You believe every election is rigged. Well, like, like, yeah, like the whole system's kind of rigged in a way, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily rigged to advantage any certain party necessarily, but it's a rigged way of, like, overall in general, it's a rigged way to govern a nation. This whole system that we have here, at least in Canada, it's fucking weird, you know? Yeah. Okay. So here's Elections Canada. Okay, what they're saying right now. There's 343 ridings total. So 10 more ridings need to start reporting their results. Okay. But it doesn't say one. It doesn't say one. It says leading. It says leading in these areas. See, it just went down. Was it not just 162? It was just 162, right? Was it not? Let me just double check that. It just went down and updated. So these are not the final results that are fucking in here. Let me just, is that just what happened? Let me just go back here. Yeah, it was 162. The projected poll. Project these nuts, bitch. Project these nuts, bitch. I didn't make $1,000 off the stash. I made like $50. Thank you. It was fun. Listen, guys. If you're projecting a win when they've only calculated 13% of the fucking vote, you're a fucking retard. Now, maybe you know something I don't know. Maybe you do have a crystal ball, or your fucking AI is fucking super fucking smart. That's what they're doing. They're using Grok right now, and they're like, well, it does say, you know, they are winning. No. Get out of town. Yes, a party needs 172. That's what it says right here. Required for majority. But this number is not a final number. This is leading. We just witnessed it change. It went from 162 down to 160. So this shit's still coming in. Okay. Like I said, the last election had 62% of registered voters turnout. Okay. Only 27% of the polls have been tabulated. There's still 54,000 polls that are not included in this right now. Just saying. The night is young. Yes, exactly. So that's the 2021 election has 62% voter turnout, and which represent 44% of the population. Okay. And in 2019, there was a 67% voter turnout, which represented like 48% of the population or some shit like that. Okay, and but you include minors in the population. They can't vote under 18. So minors are 21% of the population, just so everybody knows, approximately. Yeah, look, the Liberals are going down, bud. CTV can they're jumping the gun. I think they're jumping the gun a little bit. They're going down. They're going down. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Everything's still changing here, guys. So unless, like, I like, okay, so like, this is the way it works. This is the way it works. The like election clerk in each riding, they report their shit to fucking Elections Canada. They're the first people to know, and then the Elections Canada does like the electronic tabulations or whatever and starts releasing the information. I thought as soon as they're fucking tabulated, that was my fucking impression. And so we're not even close. We're not even close to the fucking final. Why though would the CTV? Why would CTV go out on a limb, or CBC or anybody? I can understand CBC why they would go out on a limb, because they've been heavily helped out by the Liberal government. But you know, CTV, I don't think, not so much. I don't think. CBC is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. It's not like technically state-sponsored media. Although Elon Musk did label their Twitter, at least for a little while, as state-sponsored media. That was kind of funny. Boney McD, thank you. Feel free to check the stream earlier. It went pretty well. It went pretty well getting the mustache back on my face. We, thanks to the guidance from chat, Sir Gonzo, we decided to just apply the glue straight on my upper lip, and then I put the mustache on, and it actually looked kind of real. And we also went for an additional unibrow. There's still some glue on here. And I talked to a few people out on the streets. My streets in the city were like pretty much barren, but I was able to talk to a few people. I actually went accidentally to a polling station, and I don't think they wanted me going there with the camera, but I talked to the guy, and he had a nice stash, so I started talking with him, and I ripped off a piece of my mustache to give to him. Oh, shit. Walking down Second? Yeah, I was walking down Second, yeah. Walked down Brookdale, and then Second, I walked to the Lamoureux Park to take a piss, and I went back to 2nd Street. I thought I'd be able to run into some people at the bus stop, but there was no way there. And then I fucking went over to the mall. I talked to like this woman that was walking by. I was using the election as the icebreaker to talk to people, and it wasn't political. And then I went to the complex, and then the election guy there, I talked to him for a bit. Whatever, anyway. A little bit of IRL. Mental health awareness day. Liberals just went down again. Liberals just went down again. And we're at 16%. Don't worry, guys. What's okay? So, like, the question is, okay, what did Canada's population grow by since the last election? since 2021. Since 2021, Canada's election has increased by approximately 2.6 million. Okay. Approximately 20 or 21% of the population are minors. Okay. They can't vote. And the last election, 44% of the whole population turned out to vote. 62% of the registered voters. So, what's the population of Canada right now? $40.1 million. And there's 28 million registered voters. Okay? There's about 8 million minors. So there's about 4 million Canadians, or 10% of the population, don't register to vote of the adult population. I'm sorry, 20. Yeah, 10%. News is biased. I guess we're figuring that out in real time. Okay? So let's say every new adult like or every person who contributed to the population growth since the last election is going to be, at the same rate. 2.6 million. What's 20% of that? 500 and some thousand, 520,000. So approximately 1.6, 1.7 million new adult potential voters. Okay. Then you've got 90% of those are registered to vote. So it's not significant. It's not significant that I don't think that's a significant amount to sway an election. If, let's say, all of that potential new growth was immigration, let's just say, potentially. I don't think Canadians are reproducing at that rate. Yeah, that's true. Heiko's here. Global News is projecting a Liberal win too. Okay, well, let's. I'm kind of intrigued now. Are they all playing for the same team, the globalists? Because whatever. It's all the same team anyway. But assume they're not. It seems like the liberals, because they're all about the climate agenda. Supposedly Justin Trudeau is allegedly one of the young leaders of the WEF. You know what I mean? So, Johnny Melancholy, what up? Alexander, what up? It says he's already elected. Well, okay, I guess they must know something I don't. They must know something that they're not releasing, right? Because this is the official Elections fucking Canada site. Okay, and they're saying that they've only fucking counted 16% of the registered electors, and that could theoretically go up to like 62% or more, or a little bit less, more or less. I think I read, I think it was like one of the elections in the 2000s had the lowest voter turnout out of registered electors, which is like 40 some percent or something. I can check my phone. Ruin Country Crew. That's funny. Oh, crash. Rig it, rig it, rig it. And even the CBC site here is fucking up. CBC's fucking up here. Oh, the power of the internet to influence. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. So Elections Canada right now is crashing. The CBC's crashing. Oh, this is back. Okay, whatever. I just don't see how you can project a win when when not even half of the registered voters are being shown here. 18%. When not even half of the polls have been calculated. Oh. So what's 60%? What's 60% of 28 million? So 16 million votes approximately to be accurate here. And they've calculated 5 million already. They've calculated 5 million votes out of realistically probably around 16, 17 million votes that should come in. The Conservatives keep going up. Their lead, you know what I mean? So if all these news outlets are predicting the Liberals to win and the Conservatives actually end up winning, yeah, like you know those fucking the news are like there's something fucked up there. I don't know what it is. Not even all the ridings are even talking. There's still 4 more ridings here that aren't even haven't started reporting yet. How the fuck can you project a win like that? I gotta go listen to some of these fucktards. CBC, is their site crashing? CBC's still down, bro. News Interactive, CBC. What? They're like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, guys. All right, the Conservatives are actually going to win. Start redesigning the websites, guys. Let's go. Get on there. We can't look like idiots here. You know, our liberal paycheck can't fucking. Oh, they're not going to like that. They're going to fire us all before they're officially out, bud. Let's go. Stack those fucking results, bud. What's CTV? Is CTV Canada still fucking?
Are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So
CTV News declares liberal minority, and it's 155 to 149 right now.
Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, well, we know Mark Carney
The Prime Minister now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next
Yeah, we knew
to
that.
Carleton. So interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones, with about 5 polls reporting, show the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now, very interesting. Does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. Could be a long night due to that very long ballot in Carleton, although I don't want to complain about that when I hear Todd Battis saying...
Okay. So what they're saying now is that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, he's not even winning his own riding. And as far as I know, you have to win your own riding to be Prime Minister. I thought that is the case. Let me double check. Does the Prime Minister of Canada need to win their own riding? Fuck, I don't want it. I just want a fucking answer. Oh, that's grok. Does the Canadian Prime Minister required to win their own riding to be eligible for the title of Prime Minister? Oh, I guess not. No, the Canadian Prime Minister is not required to win their own riding to be eligible for their title. The Prime Minister is appointed by the Governor General, typically the leader of the party with the most seats in the House of Commons or the ability to command the confidence of the House. While it is customary for the Prime Minister to be an elected member of Parliament, so to win their riding, there is no constitutional requirement that they must win their specific riding. If a Prime Minister loses their riding, they could still be appointed as Prime Minister and potentially seek a seat in another riding through a by-election or remain in office without a seat. Though this is rare and politically challenging. So that's how they do it. Because then the Prime Minister wouldn't actually have a vote in the House of Commons, which is fucking weird, right? Like they wouldn't have a seat in the House of Commons, technically. So the way they get around that is they're gonna go to some heavily guaranteed win fucking riding, and they're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna have a by-election here. And instead you're gonna run. Now, how does that work? Because I thought you have to actually reside in that. So I guess Buddy buys a house or puts his name on a fucking apartment or a lease in that fucking area, and then is able to fucking run there. Jesus Christ! And then they'll probably appoint that guy who gave up his seat to the Senate and give him a nice little paycheck. Wow. He learns something every day, bud. Canadian politics. So, 20% of the voters. Let's hear what Global is saying. Global CA.
Of the people of Toronto Centre and listening to people.
So global showing liberals.
It's not a reward. It's get in the fight and get results, and that's what we got to do.
This is not just a liberal streak; it's a broadcast.
Global showing right now 155 to 155. 155 to 151 right now. I don't see anything here projecting anything, though. These guys are going to have to retract their projections. It's getting close, but it could still go either way. I'm just saying there's only 20% of the registered voters in. So there's still about 44% of the registered voters for them to tally up. I'm just saying, I think it's a little preemptive. But you know what? You make a retarded fucking projection like that. You make a retarded projection like that, and that drives up your clicks. Like, I wouldn't even be checking out these streams.
Iron Barbarian and the Princess stuff. Yeah.
If I didn't think this was bullshit. Yeah, 45 minutes ago. Come on, guys. Got no CBC News or anything here. CBC. 154 to 151 is what they're saying.
We'll have to see.
CBC News projects Liberal government.
Is to oppose. Like that is how he attacked the NUP in the last.
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump,
sure,
the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when.
Mons, no, so far from what I've seen, CBC and CTV is projecting a liberal minority right now is what they're projecting. But from what I can tell, unless they know something that Elections Canada is not releasing, okay? Is not releasing. If they know something somehow, like what's your source of information? Are the news outlets provided with advanced information on the fucking 10 million votes that they haven't told us what the results are yet? There's at least 10 million left, approximately. Unless there's a massive increase, or not massive, but a big increase in overall voter turnout, this number will be around 62%, which is about 16 to 17 million of the 28 million registered voters. Like, not even half the polls have reported yet. Like, what? But this also said, oh no, that's 11-19. Okay, we're good. We're good. Congrats on my team winning. I'm neutral, dude. I'm neutral. And CBC, the CBC website is like, oh, there we go. It's back. CBC News projects Liberal government. They're way behind in the fucking shit, though, but Anybody got less than 214 votes? Only the marijuana party. But all of these parties have less than 2% of the vote. Which means theoretically, me as a politician, I got 2% of the vote when I ran for mayor of Cornwall. You know, I mean, if I expanded my ambitions, I could, I'm more of a political force by scale than half of these fucking actual political parties. Like, I'm essentially an equal political force as Chris Sky was when he ran for mayor of Toronto. He got about 2% of the vote there as well. I mean, those like tens of thousands of votes or whatever. But Toronto's also like fucking 100 times, more than 100 times the size of Cornwall. Like 200 times. I mean, Chris Sky probably had about like 200 times the amount of subscribers on Twitter that I have. Or maybe on, I don't know. I got 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, 3,700 subscribers on YouTube, 700 followers on fucking Facebook, 200 followers on Twitter. I had like 700 or 800 followers on Instagram before they took my account down. But he's probably got like 200 times that amount of fucking followers on his at the time for his fucking political for his online presence. It's all about numbers, jabroni. It's all about numbers. It's fucking elections. I like math, by the way. Lick the door. No. So let's say the Liberal government does form a fucking minority, okay? Then they're gonna lean on the NDP here, who's also a further left-leaning political party, the New Democratic Party. They're, a lot of socialist policies and shit like that. They're going to lean on them to help pass the shit in the House. Okay. But if this number plus this number is not this number, 172 or more, then they can't even they can't even have a majority coalition. Which means the opposition, which is like every other party basically, but the official opposition will be the Conservatives, but then you got the Bloc Québécois and blah 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 blah. They're gonna be able to stop anything if they want to. Almost. That's when it really sucks for politics. Is when there isn't a majority government. That just slows everything down. But as far as I'm aware, I can double check this. The Liberals got a minority government in the last election, and then they formed a coalition with the NDP to pass the bills that the Liberals wanted, and some of the bills that the NDP wanted, such as the National Dental Plan or something like that. I think they started in. I smell the door. Want me to smell that? Smells like wood. "4 a.m. top. Do Bloc and Conservatives like each other?" Okay, so as far as I know, the Bloc Québécois does lean more to the conservative side of things, the right side, than the left side. But the Bloc Québécois is like pretty much strictly in Quebec. I think it's strictly in Quebec. So now they're like, I'm pretty sure they're like a separatist party. So like they really want Quebec to separate from Canada. So like we may see, I would not be surprised if we saw Quebec try and join the United States of America. I don't know. But I think what they really want is for Quebec to be its own sovereign nation. And there was a referendum regarding that, I think in the 90s. I'm pretty sure. They had a national vote on that. Block, 4 a.m. top. So yes, I heard this today when I was listening to something that there has been talk of the Conservatives and the Bloc forming a coalition. There has been talk of that. And that would be fucking interesting. You're right. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. The Conservatives lose the election, but still get their shit passed because they made a deal with another fucking political party. The Separatists. Wah. Wah. One more riding needs to come in now. There are 342 and there's 343 total. And we still got, there's 23% of the votes that have been that are showing up here. I don't see why they wouldn't instantly put the results up, but unless they got to rig it. But yeah, it's interesting. Message board. I don't even. Should I check out this message board? Let me just take a quick look and make sure it's okay. Oh, it's not a message board. It's just a message from Elections Canada. No, I wasn't faking about the door smell. I was visually inspecting it yesterday, and then imagining what was on there for a second, and that's what made me gag. It's not the smell of it. That's just like, I don't even know what's on there. I only think about it when you guys bring it up. It's like it's just a door, man. Scum TV, what up? Dude, I can't believe that these news outlets are fucking projecting the win somehow to the Liberals. When Elections Canada is showing that only 24% of the fucking registered voters like this, there's still like 40% left because that's typically about how many voters turn out. Ridiculous. Unless you know something I don't. I didn't say it smelled like vomit. I've never commented on the smell of that door because I've never smelt it until today. Alrighty. We're fucked if these morons win. Well, they're not going to have a majority, so we're not that fucked. What? Let me just check the last election here and see how many seats they got. They won 160 seats. 160 seats. And they needed 170 seats back then. There was more seats added this year. 5 more seats to form a government. A majority. And the NDP had 25 seats last time. So that's why they were able to form the coalition, which gave them a majority government, basically, when the NDP and the Liberals combined. So you can review that. You can review that right here. So this is the last election results. I don't understand. I didn't try hard enough in the election. Yeah, you know what? It does take a little bit of a budget to run an effective campaign. Just saying. This is saying 158, 148. This is not the right one. So this is what Elections Canada is showing right now. 154 to 151. So the Liberals, right now, as it shows right now, if the election ended right now, the Liberals would win. And the Liberal NDP coalition means jack shit because they only have 165 seats if it was to end right now. And they need 172 for the majority. So yeah, if the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois teamed up, and the Bloc Québécois right now, is they had 32 seats last time. So it seems like a few of those switched over to Conservative. And the Liberals lost a few seats so far as well, and they will probably went over to Conservative as well. Because what does Conservative get? 119. The PPC, what is PPC on here? Yeah, the PPC didn't even have any seats last time. So $9 suit was good. Yeah, and my song. Whoa! Look at how that changed. Big change, guys. I guess CBC had it right there for a second. Oh no! It's 159 total. No, this is out of date. But again, guys, this is just leading. These numbers are fluctuating. These numbers are NDP. So some of the NDP seats just flipped over to Liberal, and some of the Conservative seats just flipped over to Liberal as well. And we're at almost 30% of the vote now. Well, no, we're actually at about 50% of the vote right now. I guess that makes sense right here. I thought this was 342 before. I swear that was 342. There's 343. So what, did they just take a riding out? What the fuck? Because I said there was only one more riding to report, and now there's two ridings to report. What the fuck is going on here? That's weird. What the fuck? They're like, whoops, let's take this one out and fix that one up here, Liberal. Let's go. If we take one out at a time and switch her up and switch her away, there we can win this election, man. Cheating is going on now. doing all this voting shit on the blockchain would be way more secure than the whatever fucking voting machines that they're using. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think. I mean, I don't know the code or anything. But I mean, like something immutable is a lot more secure than something that's not. Which maybe it is, but I don't know. I doubt it. Still down for you? Yeah. Well, this is it's working sporadically on here. This is fucking weird. Oh, they got two other here. But did the PPC get any seats yet? No. Marijuana Party? No. 13 votes for the Marijuana Party. I could get more votes than that. Jesus Christ. If I started a political party, it would be called the Best Party. The Best Party. That's what I would call it. The Best Party. You got to vote for the best party, bro. Centralized blockchain technology, non-anonymous. No, it could be anonymous. It could be anonymous. Every election, you get your own wallet with one token in it, and that token is your vote. And then you send your token to whichever party you want, or whichever candidate you want, and whichever candidate's got the most tokens wins the election. Not that hard. It would be traceable back to the wallet, and the government would have knowledge of perhaps or not. They could randomize it. As well. But, I would be okay with the government knowing, because the government, they retain, a lot of people's personal information or whatever. Or it could be completely randomized. That's possible. That's possible as well. Somehow, I don't know. They'd have to use some Monero technology or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. But your vote would be traceable back to your wallet. But would they be able to identify who owns that wallet? That would be the question. The party? Alrighty, guys. I don't know if I want to stay here until the fucking... oh, shit. I mean, I guess it's getting kind of interesting. 161 to 148 right now. %32 of the vote. Rate currently, the Liberals are leading with 161. The Conservatives have been as high as 151 recently within the last hour. And the Liberals were at 154, the lowest they've been in the last hour. And they've gone up to 161. NDP has been at 11. They dropped down to 9. Bloc has been at 25. They're at 23. Last election, NDP got 25 seats. Bloc Québécois had 32 seats. Conservatives had 119 seats. And the Liberals had 160 seats. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I thought people were unhappy with the Liberal Party. I thought that. I guess not. I guess not. Mark Carney must be super popular, considering he was unelected and put into the position of leader of 164 guys. Uh-oh. What in Sam hell is going on here? So some AI machine was like, you guys got to get Trudeau out of here if you have any chance of winning. You got to. Grok's like, hey there, Justin, time to get out of here. Let's put this globalist banker in for your position. Everybody will love him. Trucker convoy is going ape shit right now, bud. Trucker convoy participants are crying right now. Let's hear what the fucking news fucks are saying. Q. Oh, you made yourself watch them by not subscribing to YouTube Premium.
It's not sure whether they will get there. That is the number 12 that you have to watch for. But again, lots of things are still fluid and in flux. And Ian's going to tell us a little bit about some of that.
So before they were projecting liberal minority government, now they're back to just projecting a liberal government.
Seats, and you can see here that right now the NDP is trailing in 4 of the
Conservatives just went down to 160, or sorry, Liberals just went down to 163. Oh, you have on. Hey Q, did you see what I did? Did you see what I did for money this weekend? This is the script. So I sat here and I offered people to donate $2, and I would pluck 20 hairs for every $2 that was donated to me out of my mustache. And then I saved my hairs that I plucked. So we ended up plucking, after 2 streams, 19 hours or so, we ended up plucking 572 hairs from my mustache. And then today I glued them back onto my fucking mustache after I shaved, and I went and walked around. I tried to get some conversation with some people. I'm horrible at IRL interactions, but there was a couple funny moments, I think. And we did a bonus unibrow on there as well. Look, I know that's why I usually don't shave. It's the overbite. It's the overbite. And my cheeks and shit. Sorry, I'll grow back in 2 days. What's CTV saying here, you bunch of fucking fake news bastards? Like when Good Time shaves? Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, Q.
Internal trade barriers. Now, how will he do that in a minority?
Feel free to borrow my idea if you're ever instead of doing some fire sales or something, or mace in your face with bear mace or whatever. Feel free to use that idea. I don't know. You'd probably make a lot more money than I would doing that. All you need is a fucking little bottle of tacky glue. CTV News declares liberal minority. 163 to 147 right now. 5 instead of 2. Yeah, you're probably not as experienced in hair plucking as I am. I'm guessing it's kind of weird. I've done a lot of it in my life. And not I'm saying it's fun or anything, but still hurt. A lot of them hurt. There was some blood. There's a little bit of blood. I was keeping it clean with my bottle of mouthwash, alcohol in it or whatever. Global Canada sand.
About 7 out of the 32.
Oh.
They're not getting more.
These
than
guys,
just a fraction of
these
all
guys
the seats
are swaying it a bit. 162 to 149. NDP down to 8.
They make it so difficult for themselves to then form a government because they have so many seats they can count on. There's disappointment for the Conservatives in not doing better because they know they're going to do well in the West. They've made some inroads in Ontario. That may have prevented the...
Yeah, the Conservatives should do well in Alberta, no? All these fucking news things have different results. Where are they getting their results from, bud? Okay, so the I just wish the results were coming in a little quicker, you know? Like, this is boring as fuck. 33% of the vote of the registered voters. It typically, again, it's about 60. The last 2 elections range from 62% of voter turnout to 60 of registered voter turnout to 67%. So 61% of the polls have reported. So still a pretty long way to go. You know, probably when this hits about 90%, you'll have like a for sure projection. Still a long way to go here, guys. But like, what's crazy is there's actual like people who went through the effort of starting a political party, and like, okay, like you got 581 votes across the entire country. I mean, there's no animal protection party in my area. I don't think there's a rep here or anything, candidate here. But oh, there we go, 162, 149. I'm just saying, like, I got, you know, I mean, if you didn't get 2% of the votes, you're not even as good as I am at politics. You know what I mean? I got 2% of the vote here, bro. I'm literally a political force. Maybe I should run next year again. Get that up a bit. Because we walked by that art center. We walked by that art center today. That was started before the last local Cornwall election. That was like an issue of you know, it was one of the issues in the election was the art center, and it's not even done yet. The city already paid tons of money for it. It's millions of dollars. We're not that big of a fucking city. At least $6 million for that fucking art center, and they're not even done it. The current, like, I'm just saying, if I was mayor, you're fucking right, I would have finished that fucking art center. Fuck yeah. And sold it at a higher value with the Cornwall coin. Everybody be receiving welfare with Bitcoin, bro. Just saying. We got the cheapest fucking energy in Ontario. We'd be fucking mining our own fucking cryptocurrency here. And I get shot like Gaddafi. Or was he bombed? I don't even know. Drone attack. Yeah. 2 months into me winning an election, I'm a drone attack victim. Okay, so they got all the polls, all the ridings are in now. There's 343 seats in our House of Commons. They've all started reporting finally. Again, this is not final results. This is just leading. Who's leading? I don't know how these news stations are projecting their wins. I have no idea. We're up to 10 million votes. There's probably going to be about 16 to 17 million votes. I did not vote. I believe I am registered, not by my. I never clicked that off of my taxes, but because I ran for mayor, I think they put me in the registrar. Even though it was municipal, it's still like all the election shit is like interconnected. The same municipal like election officer or clerk or whatever. She does it for federal and she does it for provincial and she does it for fucking municipal around here. So I seem to recall she registered me or something. She registered. Yeah, I was even registered as a local voter. I don't think, like. Anyway, interesting politics. Oh, they're up to 67%, 68% of the polls. Probably about 25% left of voters. What? How long is this going to take? Another hour? My local area, though, is staying conservative. Like, look at the popular vote, though, here. The popular vote. They're only 0.7% off conservatives. How the fuck does that make sense? It must have been really close in a lot of ridings then. Pierre Poilievre might not even win his riding. Let's see what's up in Pierre Poilievre's riding. I think that's Carleton Place or something. What? All the news sites are saying that the Liberals won. So here's as of 11:52. Here's what's going on in Pierre Poilievre's riding. 40 of 266 polls have reported. This is an hour away from Cornwall. There's Ottawa. Cornwall is like what's that? Winchester. So this is like, yeah, all here. Cornwall would be like way down here if that map was bigger. But the Liberal guy in Pierre Poilievre's own riding is leading by 1,500 votes with only 40 out of 266 polls reporting. Poilievre has represented the riding since 2004. What? Look at all the independents here. They like stack the list here for some reason. Like hard to find his name on the list. This is as of 6 minutes ago. The Liberals have 125 races called in their favor as of right now. The Conservatives have 124 races called in their favor. So that's for sure. And the Liberals are leading. The Liberals are leading in 37 other ridings, and the Conservatives are leading in 25 other ridings. And they're calling the race. And like look at how close the popular vote is. 4.4 versus 4.3 million. What in Sam hell? Fox and CNN have also projected it. Well, I guess the news is right, guys. You know, they're always right. But as far as what is clinched as of this exact second, there's only one poll difference. There's still, what did it say? There's still 37 other ridings where the liberals are leading, but they're not saying how close it is. If you ask me, it's still too close to call, bud. Carney and the Liberals are expected to form government. Seize ridings in Quebec. Oh, Quebec switch from Bloc Québécois to fucking Liberals? Ooh, that's not good. You'd think they'd switch over to fucking Conservatives. Oh. So here, this shit's changed again. The official shit here. So Liberals are going back down again. Back down. They were at what were they at 164? That was their peak. And they're down to 161. Conservatives are back up to 150. The highest the Conservatives have been so far, leading in polls, is 151. So the Conservatives are only down 1 from their peak. Liberals are like down 3 from their peak. Well, 4 vacancies, yeah. I don't know what's up with that. People must have died or something. Suddenly died somehow. I don't know what experimental medication would cause that. Interesting. Yeah, it's very intriguing here. What are we at? 11 million. Oh, back up to 162. So there's some riding here that's like switching between Liberals and Conservatives right now. Every fucking 90 seconds, basically. But if we're getting closer here, guys. Like I said, once this gets up to 90%, you can probably fucking call it a night. Unless that last 10% is like includes Vancouver. That's pretty populous area. Unless that, or unless that last 10% includes fucking Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver. I don't know. I don't know what Vancouver usually votes for, but those are the three biggest population areas in the West Coast, which I'm just assuming takes a little bit longer to process because they probably had their polls open a little later, I would think. I don't know, maybe not. Well, like I said, I'm neutral. I just thought the way that I interpreted, I guess, like social media and shit and the news, I thought there was a general unhappiness with the Liberals. That's what I thought. I guess not. The Carney saved the day. I never heard that before. No, if you want change in your country, okay, and you want to be the catalyst of this change, you need to be a reality TV star, billionaire, real estate mogul, and a great troll and a great internet troll. That's what you need to be. Have a toupee made of fucking gold. So like as of right now, still, okay, the liberals, if the election ended right now, the Liberals and the NDP could not form a coalition to provide a majority government. They'd only have 170 seats as of right now. The Conservatives and the Bloc, Quebecois, they could technically have a coalition and have a majority opposition to the government, which is essentially a majority government. Oh my God. Canadian politics just got fucked up. Fucking weird. It just got fucking weird, bro. It's getting weird. Basically what this means is nothing's going to be accomplished over the next fucking 4 years. They're going to have to call another election. What's wrong with that politician, MC Frosty? At least you're getting shit done, unlike my PM. No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I was just basically saying, you got to be a celebrity. You got to be a celebrity to lead a political party nowadays, and effectively impose change. Like, I don't know, like I'm not too aware of American political history, but I know Ronald Reagan was an actor and a celebrity kind of when he got elected. I guess he was governor of California too before or whatever. But did he implement a lot of change? Oh yeah, the war on drugs. Wasn't that him? That was super successful. Back to 161 to 150 here. Famous actor. I just didn't know any movies that he was actually in. Very close popular vote though. That's Conservatives are going to call for a fucking recount. Like, look at this shit. $80,000 vote difference in the popular vote. 80,000. That's nothing. But yet, like, yeah, that must have been really close. Looking like the Liberals are winning, bud. This number's got to go up to 20. Got to go up 20% more for us to hit the what I expect to be the voter turnout. If that's consistent with the last voter turnout, which was 62%. 12 million votes. We need about 4 more million votes to come in. Oh, big jump. Big jump. But, look. Conservatives are rising. They're at their peak right now, 151. Liberals just went down to 160. Jesus. The race. Update 11 seconds ago. Oh, the lead of Bruce Fanjoy. Okay, so like I'm just saying this party this is Pierre Poilievre's riding, okay? And the Liberals are leading in Pierre Poilievre's riding, which he has represented since 2004, which is exactly when the Conservatives came into power in my area as well, which is very close to Ottawa, Carleton region. The last time we checked, this Liberal Party guy was winning by 1,700 votes, and they've only had 60 out of 266 polls. So that could switch up. I have a feeling this one is going to switch over to Pierre Poilievre. I think he's still going to win it. So that one's going to switch over. So that's that would be 159 to 152 right now. Holy fuck, this is going to be close. Keep an eye on this. Those are the last election results. So the Liberals right now pretty much have the exact same as what they had at last election. Craziness. Conservatives are down by 100,000 in the popular vote. This is like Civil War shit. This is like the recipe for disaster here. You know what I mean? Conservatives are going to snap if they don't win this, which I guess they're not. Western Canada is leaving. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Quebec tried to leave. It's not just up to your province. Like, they would have to have, I believe, a national referendum for that to happen. I believe. You can't just secede. If you're including Alberta, the biggest loss economically to Canada would be if Alberta left. I mean, obviously, if Ontario left as well, there's we have bigger population, and Toronto's just massive, and bigger population, bigger GDP. I don't know about that actually GDP, but all the oil is in, not all of it, but a lot of oil is in Alberta. And like Alberta doesn't even have a provincial sales tax as far as I know. Like their taxes are a lot lower in Alberta. But I also think the cost of living might be a little bit higher. I don't know. But yeah, if Alberta leaves, that's going to fuck Canada right up. And the US would love to take Alberta in for sure. Because if a province could just leave like that, Quebec would already be gone. You know, Quebec's wanted to like the party in power there. I think provincially is the Bloc Québécois. Let me double check that. I just don't like talking out my ass here. What party leads? What provincial party provincial party is in power in Quebec? Oh. Coalition Avenir Quebec. I never even heard of that. CAQ is a Quebec nationalist, autonomous, and conservative provincial party. François Legault. Parti Québécois had its worst turnout last election. So let me just see if the Coalition Avenir Quebec is a separatist party. Oh, the dream of a separate Quebec is dead. So I guess they're not separatists. Bloc Québécois. Maybe they're not separatists as well. Maybe I'm fucking stupid. Oh yeah, no, they're separatists. Bloc Québécois is a federal political party in Canada devoted to Quebec nationalism and the promotion of Québécois sovereignty. That means separatists. Lucien Bouchard. Okay. Let's see how Pierre is doing in his own riding. Mark Carney destroyed his own riding. So 60. Oh shit! Look at this. This is what I'm saying. The lead of this liberal guy keeps going down. It was 1,700. Then it was 1,300. Now it's 1,178. The lead. So I'm not checking all the ridings here. Well, I guess I could browse the live results for all ridings. Sure. Okay, let's do that. All of them? Oh my god. Oh my god. You can't just give me a fucking summary, bro? Okay, let's just check some big areas. Vancouver East. Got the best meth in the country. Liberal. Wait, that's the whole thing. Liberal victory. Carney and the Liberals expected to form government. Get out of here. Why can't I actually browse the results, you fucks? Full results map. Why aren't you giving me the map, you dicks? What? Oh, I've reached my monthly limit, have I? You fucking get out of here. Andre Ball. Alone. It's right there, 161. Yeah, but alone, it's not over yet. It's just leading. This is Elections Canada. It's leading. There's only 44% of the registered voters that have been accounted for with this. 77% of the polls have been tabulated. And generally, last election, there was 62%. This number was 62%. So when that reaches 62, it's 45 now. So this is the 79. That's when you can do it. But there's got to be ridings, okay, that are similar to what's going on in like Pierre Poilievre's own riding, which is Carleton. I don't know why I lost that. Let me just that was the previous elections. Let me just get that back here. Oh, I closed it. Shit. They're all saying that they're all New York Times says Carney and liberals win. Oh, you fuck. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're not even telling me the results. Okay. Conservatives lose election. Poilievre in tight race. They've declared it over, guys. What in Sam hell? I'm just saying the last few times you checked Pierre Poilievre's riding, they had like 66 of the fucking 200 and some 240 polls in, and every time I checked it, he's second place there, and it was getting tighter and tighter. It was 1,700 lead for the Liberal guy, then 1,400 lead for the Liberal guy, and then now is 1,100 for the Liberal guy. For 1,700, 1,300, 1,100. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if Pierre ends up winning that one, then that would change this. That would change this to 160 to 151. And how many other of them are super tight like that right now? Because we're still at only 46% of the popular vote. 80%. Well, yeah, guys, this is yeah. there nowhere else I can see? Oh, electoral districts. Electoral districts. Check that out. Oh, I got fucking... $160 to $151. So yeah, so he's currently losing by 1900 now. Look at how many independents there are in his area. This is just fucking crazy. Okay? Look at that. So when you go to vote, they print you out a big list of everybody. Look at how many people ran against Pierre Poilievre, bud. One vote, one vote, one vote. These people haven't even voted for themselves. Look at that. Look at that. This is my area. So liberals ain't winning here. I'm just saying, there's not a whole fuckload of independents. Reminds me of you being the new mayor. Yeah, yeah. This girl here, she ran for city council when I ran for mayor. She was the most voted for council person. You could vote in like 10 or 11 fucking council members. I think 10, and she had the most. But then, like, how dedicated are you to municipal politics if you like give up your seat to? Well, I don't know if she gave it up. She'll probably still have it till next year now that she lost this, but willing to give it up for federal. These are the people that Cornwall fucking elect, is people who are not actually dedicated to the municipal political shit, who will seize the opportunity to try and up their pay grade to a fucking member of parliament. All right, let's see. Let's go province by province here. Newfoundland. They don't have that many districts there, I guess. Mostly liberal. And look, again, 64% of registered voters there. So they're almost done. 99% of the polls in. So they got 5 seats liberal, 7 or 2 conservative. That's expected. That's to be expected. East Coast is generally quite liberal. Let's say Nova Scotia. $96 of the polls in, 65% of the registered voters. Again, last election nationally there was 62% of registered voter turnout. Again, liberals 10 seats, conservatives 1. That's to be expected. Not huge populations in these provinces. New Brunswick, again, only 10 seats in the whole province. 6 liberals, 4 conservative. They're at 97% and 68%. So a lot more voters. A lot more voters in New Brunswick. $162 to $149, guys. This is looking like it's over, bud. It's getting there. Prince Edward Island, very, very small population. Basically, probably have like 1 or 2 seats, 4 seats, all Liberal. 75% of the voters turned out there. Wow. All right, let's go to Quebec. Why is it not letting me choose Quebec? Here, close that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Ontario. Did I choose Ontario? Whoops. I meant to choose Quebec. Do they not give the results for Quebec? Like, ease up, bro. Quebec. There we go. So Quebec, 23 seats, Bloc Québécois, 11 Conservative, and 43 for Liberal. Holy shit. But they only have 84% calculated. This is all just leading. This is not final, but 51% so far. So they still have another 12%. So yeah, you're going to end up with around 65% of the vote there too. Some of these got to be close. They're going to do a recount. Here's Ontario. Ontario, 57 Conservative, 65 Liberal, nothing else. 84%, 49%. So, we're going to end up with around 62% here too as well. Probably enough to swing some close shit there. Manitoba. Canada needs to wake up. Went Liberal because of all the soft recent. Yeah, I don't know. Manitoba's Conservative 7, Liberal 6. So you can see on the East Coast is very Liberal. And then it's going to sway over to Conservative the more west we go here. Again, 48% of has only been counted. There's 85%. So they're going to have around 60% of their registered voters voting as well. Saskatchewan. $13 Conservative, 1 Liberal, 86%. 47% of the popular vote is in. Alberta. So this has Calgary and Edmonton. 35 Conservative, 1 Liberal, 1 NDP. Only 79% has been in, but Conservatives are all there, basically. 161 to 150. So there's still a lot of West Coast votes that still need to come in. And then we would go to the territories. So we have Yukon. Oh, no, British Columbia, sorry. So on the very West Coast, it sways back a little more Liberal. Liberal and NDP, so 18 and 4. And then Conservative is 20, and they actually get a Green Party winning in one area there. So they're a little more about the environment out there. Beautiful, so I've heard. But again, only 61% of the polls have reported, and only 28% of the popular vote has been tabulated so far. So, you know what I mean? If some of these liberals if some of this liberal shit switches over to conservative over the next little while, and we might see a change in this result. That's a lot of votes because there's 3 million people, right? So they still got like another million and so to fucking count there. 1.5 million to count. Yukon, the territory. Only one seat there. Liberal. Not very many people live. That's very north. And Nunavut. Last one. One seat as NDP. Wow. I want to just see Ontario again here. So, like, there's still over 1 million to count here as well. Crazy. Oh, party leaders. There we go. Bruce Vanjoy. Where's Pierre Poilievre? 12,431. So he's 1,700 behind. With only 26%. Yeah, so that could only 105 out of 266. That can change. So that can swing. That could swing. Alone. Is it me or is there a lot of no-shows? I only know 2 guys who voted. The rest ignored it. I've never voted personally. But no, from what I can tell so far, it actually seems like a bigger voter turnout this year than the last one. The last one averaged out at about 62% of the registered voters, and we saw quite a few there so far that is over 62%. Like just in Ontario, if we go back to 163, they've hit their peak here. 163 to 1. How the fuck are the Liberals getting more than the last election? What? Okay. What? Whatever. This makes no sense. Because Trudeau is gone. That is the most ridiculous fucking reason. Because it's the party that does the shit. But Trudeau doesn't make the decisions. He just presents them to everybody and backs them up and smiles. So yeah. So, there's 86% of the polls, 51%. So let's say that ends up being 65% of the registered voters. Who knows? At the end of it. So another 14%, that's like another 1.4 million votes here in Ontario. spread across all of the ridings. So theoretically, there could be a late swing here. Major centers. Cool. Let's check this out. Vancouver. Liberal. No 6 conservatives. But they're gonna be late. They're gonna be late counting all this shit. So unless there's like a really crazy mad late swing in like fucking what about Victoria? Is that here? Yeah, Victoria. What's that? I probably got some Green and NDP in here. Green Party, yeah, knew it. No conservatives in Victoria. Wow. I have a good friend that lives there. Remind me to never go there. Like what I can't. I don't know. I like in Cornwall. Okay, the conservative guy's winning here. Okay, 30-some thousand votes. Liberal girl got fucking 20-some thousand votes, 23,000 or something. And like tomorrow, if the Liberals win, which I guess they won or whatever, tomorrow if the Liberals win, then all the people in Cornwall who voted Liberal are like, yeah, we won. But you didn't win your local area, so your vote didn't elect a member of parliament for this area, so your vote didn't count for jack shit. You didn't help your party win. Jagmeet Singh is taking the stage now. What channel is that on? CBC, CTV, Global? Well, locally, our voice will be the conservative representative. Like, if you need to talk to your local member of parliament, you will have to go to a conservative person. If you are a liberal voter, you have to go to the conservative guy who's on the losing team of the fucking... I mean, if there's no majority, then it's... I don't know. It's fucked up. Right, alone. So, and that's why the liberals and the NDP formed a coalition last election, because the Liberals only got 160 seats in the election, which was not enough for the majority. They combined with the NDP because they share some values, because they're both more on the left side, and they were able to pass more shit, like stomping protesters at the fucking trucker convoy, shit like that, Emergency Act, brother. Oh, let's see some bank accounts, bud. Shit like that. Let's make you wear a face mask and take this vaccine so you can fucking ride on a train, bud. But if
that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on.
So this guy's the leader of the New Democrat Party, for those who don't know. This is Jagmeet Singh. He is a Sikh.
Also, I might break down this part because
apparently he's also... Apparently you don't want to fuck with that guy either. He's like trained with martial arts and shit. And swords and stuff. But there's also some fucking controversy with that guy. Apparently, like
happy when it comes to my daughter, so I just get a little
allegedly
emotional.
he's got some shit going on in fucking India or something. I don't know.
My parents who are here today, they're amazing. Love you both.
PPC has no seats. They didn't get a seat last election either. So, but are you saying the Conservatives? Did you mean the Conservatives? Yeah. So yes, if right now, yeah, PPC is the People's Party of Canada. That's Maxime Bernier. So as of if the election ended right now, the Conservatives and the Bloc would have enough. So 149 plus 23 would have enough to meet 172 majority. So they could technically run the government as the oppositions. Yes. Which creates for a very interesting situation. Because then you would have the Conservatives making deals with the Quebec party that wants to separate from Canada. So I don't. Yeah, most people didn't vote for a fucking coalition. Most people didn't vote for a coalition. So then what happens? Is like, so the NDP was like, they want stuff to happen. So I think like the Canadian National Dental Plan for like, kids and elderly, I think they rolled it out for kids and the elderly, free dental or whatever. I think that was initially an NDP policy. So I believe that, give and take. But like then the NDP can threaten at any point to like say, I'm out of the coalition. Fuck you if you don't pass our dental plan or whatever. It all sounds like some crazy board game. Yeah, it's way too confusing. It's way too much bullshit. And we have the technology to reform this type of electoral system. These parties are bullshit. They don't represent the people. They represent the fucking lobbyists and mad donators to the parties, which unfortunately, allegedly with the Liberals, there's some like China interference in there with a few fucking candidates. And the Liberals are known for like hiring hiring buses to transport people to the election polling stations or whatever, election stations, voting stations. You know what I mean? They do shit like that. Like, do you think it was a coincidence that in Pierre Poilievre's riding, there was fucking 40 fucking people running for it? That's unheard of. That's clearly a ploy, by some organization to like clutter up that election just by having so many people on the list. Imagine you're an elderly person, perhaps, who wants to go to the fucking poll and vote, and you got a list that's this big, and you got to fucking find Pierre Poilievre on that list and fucking check him off. Like, come on now. Come on. But it's a sign of the times. If Pierre Poilievre can't hold his own riding, that's a sign right there. If he's held that riding since 2004 and he's losing it, that's right there. That tells you that the Liberals are somehow gained some momentum. You don't need to fucking you don't need to fucking have a mental image of it. Here's the fucking list. Here's the fucking list, bud. Here's all. This is just Pierre Poilievre's riding right here. Let's see how many names we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're at Dante. Okay. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 27. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Lauren Hicks. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 67, 68, 69, 70. Here, Pierre Poilievre is the 70th on the list. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck. Good thing I fucking. What? 70. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. 91 candidates in Pierre Poilievre's riding. Give me a break. Let's check every Mark Carney. Okay, so Pierre Poilievre is in Carleton in Ottawa area. Mark Carney is Nepean in Ottawa. Same general area. 5 people competing against Mark Carney. You don't think somebody planned to put 90 people on that fucking list? Jagmeet, how many do you have to compete against, bud? 4 people in his area. These are all the leaders of the parties. Who else? A Green Party. That's that guy. Who else? NDP. Wait, NDP. Oh, I already did him. Bloc Québécois guy. Probably got 4 people there too. 5 people. Like somebody's doing some dirty tricks there. Like, you know? It's ridiculous. Maxime Bernier. Let's see how bad he lost. Maxime Bernier, the leader of the people PPC, came 4th out of 5. Came 4th out of 5 in his area. That's crazy. What? Because he's a Trump fan. I don't know. Is he really, though? I think he was speaking against the tariffs. All right, so, yeah, guys, this election's over, bud. This election's over. There's like 10% left. Yeah, this election's over, bud. Lock it up for the Liberals. Congratulations, guys. I project a Liberal win, finally. A 167,000 popular vote. Yeah, half the people voted. But usually the last election, the 2021 election, there was 62% final of the registered voters that voted. So expect that number to be about 62% when all the votes have been counted. Again, they've done 86% of all the polls. So there's only 13% of the polls to come in. So it'll probably be around, somewhere around 13% more here. So 65%. The 2019 election had 68%, 67 or 68% of that. So that number was 67 or 68%. So Yeah, this shit's over. It's over. Unless there's like a giant crazy swing at the end, because like all I'm saying is that the popular vote difference between the conservative and liberals is only 160,000, okay, out of 28 million, or sorry, out of 14 million. I apologize, 15 million almost. So theoretically, there could be a big swing in certain with certain areas or whatever. But when you consider the major population centers of, let's just say, Calgary, they're already all conservative here. 14 and 1 liberal. So maybe this one liberal, which is 232,000 in just that area, that's probably that's pretty big. That's probably, like, I'd have to check and see what that polling what that riding is. So every city has a bunch of ridings within it. So the best they can do in this highly conservative area is get one more seat. We take Edmonton, because Alberta is very conservative. Again, one conservative. So the best they could hope for is 2 more seats in Edmonton. But like generally, there is in bigger cities there is a liberal or Democratic type fucking left wing contingencies. So they can maybe steal a couple seats here. They're only at 50%. But that's like pretty much, that's like almost all the population. Was Lethbridge in here? Is that? Yeah, Lethbridge is in here too. So that's a big one. Oops. Well, they only have 1 seat. It's already conservative. So yeah, I can't do anything there. Let's see how Toronto's doing. Biggest fucking. So they've got 52% of the vote down in there. So, you could expect another maybe 800,000 million votes. So that could potentially, Ontario could potentially swing some of these liberals over to conservative, like Pierre Poilievre's. Oh, this isn't Pierre Poilievre's area. Never mind. Potentially, but Toronto is fairly liberal as well. So that's probably more likely conservative to switch over to liberal, to tell you the truth. Yet Ontario is conservative. Weird. What's like Ottawa doing here? Ottawa's liberal as fuck. 9 and 2. 9 and 2, and they're at 54%. So they got like 200,000 more votes to go. Could swing. Could. 163 to 148. So like theoretically it's not impossible for the Conservatives to come back. But yeah, it looks like this election's over. It looks like this election's over. I was thoroughly convinced that people had enough of the Liberal Party. I was convinced. Yet somehow at this exact second, if the election ended right now, somehow, yeah, Andre Ball, there was 91 people in Pierre Poilievre's riding. Just imagine that list. I think the way you still do it is they print out the ballot and you go and mark it with a pencil in your little private area or whatever, and then you go insert your ballot into the fucking machine afterwards, or you give it to them or whatever. I think that's how it goes, something like that. I don't vote, right? So I don't know. But like when I did vote, I don't vote federally or provincially. I don't play this. I don't play this stupid game, but I do find it interesting. But I am dumbfounded here. I'm dumbfounded here. Like you replace what is like, you know, like South Park. What is it? Dog turd, and what's the other fucking, I don't know. What are the two candidates there when they were covering all the politics? Is like you can vote for dog turd or fucking whatever. Cardboard box. So what was I saying? So yeah, if the election ended right now, the Liberals would take more seats than they did last election in 2021. Jesus Christ. And if it ended right now, the Liberals and NDP could not form a coalition. The Conservative, I could not form a majority coalition. I apologize. They'd have 171. The Conservatives and the Bloc, right at the second, could not form a majority opposition coalition. Which would be, they got 171 right now as well. Wow, isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? Canada's done? Douche turd sandwich. Yeah, whatever. Oh, Conservatives went down. Look at that. Liberals and NDP right now, right this second, could form the majority. Oh my God. You better legalize meth, bud. Oh my God. You better decriminalize crack, please. Because every conservative is going to need it. That's the one good thing. all you conservatives out there, the silver lining is the crack that you're going to need to cope with this shit is going to be legal. Oh shit. Yeah, liberals have had it in their policy to decriminalize all drugs pretty much for a while. And like, you know, British Columbia is like the test, has been the test. I don't know how well it's going. But yeah, exactly, Mons. Exactly. So how is this even Canada's fucked. Inflation. We like inflation. And literally, the Liberals just cut our carbon tax rebate. We got our final one in April. I got $181. And they just cut it. And they're still winning. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, I guess, I don't know, they probably are saving some businesses some money. Carbon tax, yeah. The government implemented like a carbon tax to like, I don't know, a whole bunch of industries or whatever, maybe every industry, I don't know. And they give people back a rebate every 4 months. So I would get about 100 last year I think it was like 160 or 170, and it went up to 180 this year. But we only got, as soon as Carney got into fucking office, because Trudeau resigned and they had an election with the Liberal Party and he became the leader, he cut that rebate. He said, well, just one more. That's it. This is ridiculous. It was a tight race though. But anyway, yeah, Ottawa's Liberal. Ottawa is an hour from me, okay? and they're liberal. Like, I am basically Ottawa. I don't know, man. You know, we're an hour away from Montreal, and we're an hour away from Ottawa. I'm a 45-minute train ride to Montreal. You know, there's a lot of people who in Cornwall commute to Ottawa or commute to Montreal because it's cheaper to live here. Basically, it's still expensive, but as inflation, but we're cheaper in comparison. Actually, Montreal isn't actually that bad. I've looked into it a little bit. It's not that bad in Montreal, but relatively speaking, like compared to Toronto, Montreal is way cheaper to live. Pure Gosu, dude, glad you're alive, man. I heard there was some crazy shit in like Vancouver or whatever. I was like, oh fuck. But then I went and checked your channel, and you'd posted something since the tragedy or whatever. There was a tragedy or the shooting or something, or bomb, or I don't know, whatever. I'm glad you survived, man. I was like one of the 40 views on your latest video or something, you know? I didn't vote. I don't vote. I don't vote provincially or federally. I only vote for myself when I run for mayor. I voted one other time in my life. I had a friend running for city council, so I voted municipally for him as well. I did vote for other people when I ran for mayor. I voted for a few people for council, including that Sarah Good. But that was only because I was on the ballot. You didn't go to that event? Yeah, because I thought that was your shtick, you know, filming events and stuff, you know, like Gareth Emery and shit. I'm glad you're all right, bud. Appreciate your viewership. I'm just busting your balls. I don't know. You got a lot of views, man. You got a lot of views. I was just kidding. I'm glad I triggered a little response from you, though. A little payback. Yeah, this election's over, bud. Filipino festival, shit. Am I happy the Liberals won again? I'm neutral. I'm indifferent. I don't vote. I don't care. I am surprised. I'm surprised that the Liberals have won, though, because I thought I had like my thumb on the pulse a little bit because I've been paying attention to like news and shit like that, and I'm really surprised. Yeah, it's sad what happened in Vancouver for sure. I'm really surprised that the Liberals are, as of right now, are leading in more ridings than they won with the last election. Wow. As of right now, not enough for the NDP and Liberals to form a coalition. I probably should listen to Jagmeet Singh blabber a little longer to find out if his intentions are to form a coalition potentially again. And as of right now, neither could the Conservatives and the Bloc. Not that they would form a coalition, but perhaps. Who do I lean towards? I don't lean towards anybody because this is a stupid fucking system. It's a stupid voting system. I don't agree with these party politics bullshit. You shouldn't be representing, like, there's no fucking way every single person who voted Liberal agrees with every single Liberal party policy. There's no way. A local member of parliament should be representative of their constituents, all of their constituents, not representative of their party politics. when there's an issue, when there's something to vote for in the House of Commons, they should be deferring to their constituents on what to vote for. We have the technology now so that you could actually do that efficiently. And the constituents could read the bills themselves. They probably can, but then the constituents could vote on how they want their fucking member of parliament to vote for, to represent them. That's how it should be. But it ain't. This party system is, you know what I mean? It's like a mild form of dictatorship in disguise. Oh, it's a broken system. It's an obsolete system. It's an obsolete system. How long has this fucking system been in place? Since forever? Since the kid? Let me check this. If I could vote directly for the prime minister, I would do that. I would do that. But I have to vote for a local person, so I have to support that person. And by default, in that case, I have to support the fucking leader of the party as well. So you know, what if I like the prime minister, but my local person's a douchebag? What do I do then? What if I like my local person, but the leader of the party is a douchebag? What then? What do I do? What if I only like some of your party's policies? What then? You know? What if, like in Cornwall, the Conservatives win locally, but the Conservatives lose nationally? And what if the government does something that I don't like? I go complain to the conservative guy about it, and he's like, well, we can't really do anything. We're not in power. Shit, you're sure out of luck, bud. What about all the liberal voters here? What about all the liberal voters here who they're, you know, they voted liberal locally, but they lost. But the rest of the country voted for liberals. Who do they go for now? Now they have to go and like lick the boot of the conservative guy with their liberal policies, desires? Like, this is fucked up. Conservative guy's like, no, what you want there is a little too liberal. Go, I think you should move. I think you should move somewhere where they're a little more liberal. Okay, bud? I don't fucking know. Snickerdoodle. Doesn't matter. Trump is going to annex Canada. If that happens, then we're one step closer to a new world order. And if that happens, then you know that Trump is part of the new world order. We're one step closer, so I apologize, to a one world government, okay? And I would consider everybody to be fucking tricked. Okay. How can you be anti-globalist? How can you be anti-globalist, but want to grow, want to take over part of the globe, I guess? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If that happens, that's going to be weird. But on the good side, I'll be able to go to the U.S., I would imagine, if that happens. I would be an American citizen at that point. Again, I don't care. I don't care. All you voters, you pick the rules. You guys go play this fucking rigged scam game of elections, okay? Federal and provincial. I'm just saying, you guys go play that. I'll play by your rules that you set. I'll adapt to whatever you guys fucking do. You know what I mean? And the liberals are going up. This is insanity. And not that I don't like the liberals. Like, I think the liberals did some good for me personally. Okay, like they legalized pot. Okay, that was a step in the right direction. I personally believe in the legalization of substances. I believe that people should be able to do what they want to themselves. I don't think, I don't think you should go to jail for wanting to get high once in a while. You know what I mean? That's cool. That's cool. But the fact that weed was illegal never stopped me from using it before. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, but it is convenient to be able to go to a weed store and buy weed. That's nice. It's, a little more expensive on the general, but that's fine. If eventually there's cocaine stores or there's acid stores or whatever, I'll probably be a consumer once in a while. You know what I mean? That was fine. You know what? Fuck yeah. I appreciated the CERB money that I was eligible for because of the fucking pandemic and the Liberal government. I got like $34,000 from that. That was cool. That helped me develop this MC Frosty show. Awesome. This MC Frosty show wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for that fucking pandemic and for the financial safety net that the government provided me. I had to follow the rules of the CERB as far as income generated from the MC Frosty show. I literally had to put it all back into business expenses. I followed the rules. Audit me, go right the fuck ahead. I did it. I've never been questions about it. All my taxes and everything, I was eligible. I appreciate that. But I didn't get stomped by a fucking horse at the fucking trucker convoy. I went like the first weekend just to, with Landon, just to fucking, get some content, show a little support there. But I didn't agree with how they treated the protesters there. I didn't agree with them fucking seizing people's bank accounts or invoking the Emergencies Act. I didn't appreciate being restricted on my ability to travel because I didn't want to get vaccinated. You know what I mean? I didn't appreciate any of that shit, but it's hard to say if the Conservatives are going to be better for me. I don't know. Conservatives, as far as I know, would recriminalize cannabis for all I fucking know. You know what I mean? I don't know. What about all the overdoses when people do that? Well, that's like your own goddamn fault. You know what I'm saying? Like there's risks associated with using substances, and that's your own responsibility to fucking do that. What's worse is like a doctor prescribing you something that gets you addicted. That's way worse than legalizing drugs, as evidenced by the fucking oxy epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Where you're trusting your doctor to give you something that's going to help you, and you end up becoming a junkie because you weren't properly informed. Yeah, but like I said, that's your own goddamn fault. That's not the drugs' fault. That's not the policy's fault. That's your fault for dying. Now, if those drugs are not what you expect and they're laced with something like fentanyl, that you're going to buy some Coke and you get some fentanyl in that is not your fault. That is not your fault. So the risk of tainted substances goes up when there's a more readily available supply. Of course, there's pieces of shit out there that will do anything to make an extra buck or whatever. That's not cool. It's not cool. But that's why we have the law. That's why we have the law. Jagmeet resigned? That's what happened? Wow. Yeah. I read about that too, where they put Parliament on hold for like almost just the exact amount of time that was required for like all these politicians to get their fucking pensions. Yeah. Way to go. Way to go, Canada. Oh God. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take one more look here and then I'm gonna end the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in here. It looks like a Liberal win. Let's go back nationally. The popular vote has been growing for the Liberals. They're now at 200,000. It was as little as 80,000, but it's been growing. We're now at 56% of the vote. Over 90% of the polls have come in. 16 million. Probably another 6%, 6 to 9% coming in. Yep, this election's over, guys. Oh, you're welcome, Mons. I don't usually do this kind of shit. I prefer people to think I'm fucking an idiot and fucking junkie and whatever. But yeah, you know, I do stay abreast of the situation. Again, I'm neutral. I don't vote. I hold every single voter accountable for our government, though. Every single voter. So the good things and the bad things. Let's see where Canada goes. I predict more debt, more inflation, a battle with the United States instead of working together. And if the Liberals are truly, you know, a wing of a globalist agenda or the WEF or whatever, because Justin Trudeau is supposedly a young leader, so is Jagmeet Singh. These are left-leaning, you know, socialist fucking politicians. You know, if the Liberal government is part of the WEF, I would not be surprised if they allow. They've you know, before their election, they're like, "Fuck you, Trump, elbows up, bud." Before the election. Now let's see what happens after the election. Now that they're back in, if there really is a globalist agenda, one step closer to the one world government is fucking the U.S. annexing Canada, U.S. annexing Greenland, U.S. annexing Mexico next. And then they form the Amero, one North American currency. Digital currency, probably. They better not bow to Trump. Yeah, imagine that. I bet you. I would give it I would give it a 20% chance. You know something's up. You know something's up if that happens. It's all mind fuck psyop, all this fucking shit. But the truth is, they're going to be able to convince the general public of anything. If they can convince you of a fucking pandemic, of the pandemic that happened, and to fucking inject this untested fucking shit into you, they can convince you that joining the U.S., they can flip their script, okay? They will. They know the percentage of people already who will believe their bullshit and follow along just because they tell you to, okay? That's just, the pandemic provided so much data, particularly for AI, to be able to be trained on to predict models for the future of what could happen. If they put it into the AI chat GPT government agent fucking code, and they're like, yep, joining the US is going to be good for Canada. They're going to fucking go, they're going to roll with it. And you know what wouldn't surprise me? If another pandemic rolled out or another threat rolled out before that happens to help convince you that joining the US is a good idea. Okay, this is scheming 101, guys. They just had to make sure to get in for another 4 years. All right, guys. So again, we'll just take one more look here. The election looks like it's over. I'm confident in predicting a Liberal win. now, finally. I guess all the news agencies knew it as well. How'd they know so early? How'd they know? All part of the script, guys. Wow, conveniently, the NDP and the Liberal are going to be able to form another majority coalition again, conveniently. Yikes. Yikes. All you homeowners out there, enjoy your fucking inflated prices. The bubble's going to pop sometime. Just saying. 92% of the polls in, 58% of the votes. So you're going to probably end up with around 64 or 65% of the registered vote turnout. This election's over. All right, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the political analysis. Hope you have a great night. And love life. Love yourself. Don't be stressed out. World's a crazy place. Frosty out.